and stop the YouTube stream. There we go. Luckily that was an easy fix. We are actually live on all platforms now. So, what are we doing today? Today, I wish I had started streaming earlier, but better late than never. The task that we're going to do today is the exciting one. And that is getting the actual scripting runtime working. So we're going to take the intermediate representation that we've created over the last couple streams, and with that, we're going to generate some stuff with LLVM, then JIT compile that, and then actually run the code like a real coding language, which it will be by the end of this stream, kind of, sort of, if you simplify it enough. So let me just bring up the old repo. So this is how it used to work, and if we go into the script runtime, you can see, oh, here's the operands I was trying to show off. But yeah, this is what the coding language used to consist of, was all of these. Didn't I spend forever last stream trying to find that? But yeah, anyway. We'll just go. And what I want to show off is in script runtime CPP. This is what actually generated what did the just-in-time compilation. Or rather, I mean, there's the LLVM module. Maybe I use something else to actually do the compilation. There's the script itself. Oh, my mouse is apparently dying. Do I have an easily accessible cord I can throw it on? I swore I did. Somewhere. Yeah, that's 5%. It'll survive. And then I'll forget. And then it will die tomorrow. That's the serialization. There's the native library, which is when I want to hook functions into the runtime. Here I am placing back all these native types. Okay. Here is the actual LLVM orc. And executor. JIT target machine builder. This is when we make it GDB debuggable, is this function right here. Hello, how goes it? Where do I actually do the compilation here? Here's the load module. Oh, right. Yeah, this was one of the reasons why I wanted to like take another stab at Brane script, because the last version, yeah, the way that I was sending IR modules over was it was raw LLVM bitcode, which is literally the definition of remote code execution vulnerability. I was planning on doing an actual intermediate representation, which is the step that I took this time. Oh, that makes me happy. But yeah, so this is not a problem we have in our current version. Yeah. Okay, so now we go to where it's not actually the runtime. It would be compiler, and then do I just do it in the document context or maybe in the analyzer? My naming wasn't that great. It maybe, well, no, this is a big file. It is probably in here. Yes, this is actually where maybe I did code. Not code, but... So I have AST context, L value, create AST. Was create AST when I did... Do I have this builder? So far, what's left on building the engine? So what's left is a fair bit of stuff, like a lot of stuff. We have a very basic Unity clone editor. That almost everything there needs to be refactored still. We got about halfway through a refactor, and then I decided that I actually want to do that refactor with Brane script once it's done. So now I'm finishing Brane script, and then we're going to go back to working on the editor. But for the... I want to demo the engine in 4 months. Like, have like a fully working, at least a single player demo. And to get there, it's like we need to get the scripting language working. So right now, the scripting language is in a state where I can compile a like test function, test pipeline, but not yet run it. I'm hoping this stream to get to the point where I can run that test script. And then after we have the test scripting language working, next I want to get finish some refactors on the editor with how it handles assets, so that is a lot more just the way that it handles files is a lot cleaner than the way that I was doing before. And then after that, it's like full steam ahead on getting an in-headset demo working. So then we're back to looking at the graphics pipeline and actually adding VR to the graphics pipeline, and also adding scripting to the editor, though that's part of like the past refactors. And then yeah, then it's like full steam ahead on just doing whatever needs to be done to get an actual in-headset demo working. To do that, I need to figure out what type builder is. Is builder a... A LLVM IR builder. Okay, so that is an LLVM native class. Okay. This AST context is what I used to compile scripts before in the past. We don't need this much information though, because we should already have a lot of what this computed already computed in the intermediate representation. So our runtime can be more dumb than this compilation side. Have you not seen the, like, hello page of my Vim setup yet? Yes, that's what I named my Vim config. I'm more cringe than you can possibly imagine. Indeed, you are here. Alright, so what I need to do is we're gonna create a new glasses. Here, let me find this. We go here. We go. Is that back? Dang it. I am not used to the hand tracking. Is this the emoji you're looking for? Well, he was gonna be. Oh, wait a second. Were we talking earlier? Do you have a different username in YouTube? Okay, yes. Then I do know who you are. I'm gonna create runtime, and then this is the question if I want to abstract backends to be able to potentially have multiple JIT backends in the future. Probably doesn't make too much sense if I'm trying to, like, semi-rush this. Even though, like, no, I'm not rushing. I'm building this out precisely as it should be built. Wait, why did this get put in IR? There we go. Now, into runtime, we will add runtime H and CPP. We'll do namespace Brane script. And we'll have a class runtime. Now here's the thing. Part of the runtime for Brane script is going to be a scheduling system for the pipelines. And I want to be able to use that scheduling system in the host environment. So it might make sense for JIT backends to Yeah, it might make more sense for us to, have like JIT backends be their own thing. Separate from the runtime. Here we'll put a... I want this to be unique. I guess it could be a shared pointer for now. Well, I want a more descriptive name than backend, though, because, like, there are so many things that are called backends. It's, like, a very generic term. But I'll go with JIT backend for now, because I can't think of a better name. Now we'll just call this JIT backend, and what the JIT backend needs to do for now is be able to load scripts or load... I'm going to call it stage module. And the reason why I'm going to call it stage module is, let's say we have 3 different modules, or even 2 different modules, and those 2 different modules require functions from each other, like there's circular dependencies there. Load module won't be able to fully complete until each module has all of their dependencies, and if they're like dependent upon each other, like a loading step wouldn't fully complete. Or like a full compilation pipeline wouldn't complete. So we're going to call this stage. We're going to take in a module. Do I want to pass this in by value, or do I want to have a pointer to it? Let's do pointer for now, because it is a large object. Or rather... yeah, it's a decently big object, not like a huge one. And here's where it gets why it's taking me a little bit to think about these functions is the runtime is also going to be a scheduler of pipeline jobs. And I also want to use that as like the job scheduling system for like Brane Engine and other systems as well, which means every single asynchronous-esque thing that I do will be done using that runtime class right there that I haven't defined yet. So I don't know how it's going to work yet, at least from an API wise. Like, I know how it's going to work conceptually, because like, I know what I want to do, but I don't know the API yet. And I want these functions here to work through that asynchronous API. I guess we'll just have to go forward knowing that we will have to refactor literally everything that we're doing right here once I actually create a scheduling system. So for now, I'll just say so I'm going to say process modules. And this will consume all the staged modules. And then we'll be able to get a pipeline, and this will return we'll have a JIT function handle. We'll also have a JIT pipeline handle. Let's use short names for this. A JIT pipe handle, JIT func handle. Because it's already long enough. We'll also want a JIT struct type if we want to query information about structured types. Actually, I might just return the intermediate representation of this. Actually, no, because I will want like a way for runtimes to be like, this is how we actually implemented the function. Here's whatever padding was added. Here's like the actual size of the structure, whatnot. So that will be a reflection-esque feature. And then we'll also have a JIT struct handle. Actually, it will be up to the runtime to handle memory, so I'll leave it up to... Memory will be handled by the runtime itself, not dependent upon anything else. So we'll say JIT pipe handle will be the return value from this pipeline. Actually, let's have this be option. And I'll have this be result void. And for the moment, this will be our API. And do I want to put any effort into what's actually contained in here yet? I guess I would have struct pointers, or not struct pointers, function pointers in there. Ooh, I need to make this virtual. Since this is intended to be an interface rather than something we actually implement. At least here. JIT pipeline handle, on the other hand, that will be... these will be actually implemented things, because I want those to have common definitions that aren't overrode. And we'll include JIT backend. And... oh. Need to namespace this real fast. Cool. And this will be where we actually implement loading scripts and whatnot. Okay, now what do we need in here? As public variables. Because the job of this is both to create LLVM intermediate representation and then to compile that. So I want to look at what both the script runtime need and what just what both of them need. So the runtime, script runtime H. This has a dependency graph of modules. Right, I was eventually going to have is so we automatically unload modules when we no longer need them. Okay. So we need these. Grid safe context, execution session, data layout. Fork, mangle, and interner. The object linking layer, a compile layer, and a transform layer. So yeah, I'm just gonna yoink all of that. Oh, that's how I was dealing with that. So I was ahead of time defining all of these. That way I don't need to actually include them in the header file, because LLVM headers are huge. I think I was working at Wonderland Engine around this time, and like Jonathan is like, their CTO, CEO, is very gung-ho on compile times, and one of the ways you get lower compile times with C++ is you get rid of all the header files in other header files that you can. I think it's was also part of, like, they use a lot of dynamically linked libraries as well. So I think that was part of it. Joy, I was using Robinhood back then too. JIT evaluated symbol. Do I need to do execution engine JIT symbol? If I'm already doing this for everything else. Voila. I Thing defined, no longer angry. Indeed. Thank you. The vibes are appreciated. Just define our function definitions here. Ooh, why am I just passing in strings here? Let's do a string view instead. That way we're not copying strings. We need to be efficient. Non-virtual member function marked override. Oh, it's because I changed the type name. There we go, it's happy again now. Okay, and now we need to do this for stage module. And process modules. Are you actually coding with a VR headset on right now? Yes. In fact, if I just do this, where can I make this not do a stream? Okay. You might be able to see my screen now, I'm not sure. Oh wait, I remember how I did this before. I was able to show my headset view a couple streams ago. Or was it last stream? Yeah, it might have been last stream. RIP. It might just be like a tolerance thing. Like, I just spend so much time in VR that it, you know, it's natural for me. So this is what I see in my view. So, yeah, there's the camera right there, and then there are the screens. Alright, so we need a... To be honest, staging a module, is this a custom NVim or lazy Vim? This is lazy Vim. This is configured with lazy Vim. Now, do I want to compile the module when I stage it or after I process it? I think it makes more sense to do it when I stage it. So we'll come back to staged modules after, and process will actually load them into the runtime. Okay, how do I want to deal with iterating over the intermediate representation? I might just copy yes. Right now when I run it, oh, I'm gonna need to put a breakpoint on main. Here we go. So currently I already have some code that iterates over every single IR value, and that is the thing that prints out this bit of code here. This is the text-based representation of my intermediate language. Oh, malloc is the least of your issues if you want to learn that code. Malloc is like the most basic of things. It just allocates a buffer, and then you have to call free on that. You just have to remember to call free on it. Which, yeah, that, like, now you have to do design around remembering to free it, but it's kind of like, yeah, there's much more complicated things. Like what we're doing right now. Yippee! Even though you won't see like malloc or free in my code base because I'm using C++, and their specific safe pointer primitives like shared pointer and whatnot. It's a lot closer to Rust coding, but yeah, so this is like straight kind of copied from the Wasm spec, though I did try to intentionally dumb it down a little bit to make it easier for myself to work with. I do need to eventually put debug information into this, and that's probably the next thing I'm going to do. After I get the runtime working, I'm also going to put debug information into here. But no idea what to actually create with it. You just create whatever you would create with other languages, but do it in Rust, because Rust is superior. Yeah, so let's copy the IR text serializer. It's only 200 lines of code. That's very maintainable. We're just gonna drop that right here. And now this gives us... Now, do I want to add this to a context? I'm unfamiliar with Proxmax. I say go for it. Hopefully those words aren't a mistake. So now in all of these lines of code, what I need to do is create a LLVM IR module, or just a LLVM module. It's open source stuff that lets you manage containers and VMs? Yeah, then go for it. Is that like similar to Docker, which I believe is like the popular thing to do that? Low-level virtual machine? Yes, that is what LLVM is. So LLVM is the tool set that people have used to build a lot of open source compiler architectures. So like the Clang C++ compiler is part of the LLVM project. The compiler backend that Rust uses is also LLVM. I think Zig bundles LLVM as like a C and C++ compiler. That's like still Clang under the hood though. Yeah, it's just kind of like, if you want to build a language, you use LLVM. And if you want that language to be fast, because you have an actual compiler, optimizing compiler, just baked into your application. So I need to go to my compiler. It's document context because my code was not well designed back then. And this is where I need to copy all of this stuff. So here I have an LLVM context. IR builder is what I need here because I'm building LLVM IR. What's this DI builder? DI compile unit, DI file. I guess I'll find out later. Need to create something like this. Is LLVM different from something like a JVM? So they call it a virtual machine, but it's used to build like actual executables. Like it's a compiler. The LLVM project is a bunch of compiler utilities that can compile all the way down to machine code. It can also, like, part of the LLVM project is it has two different JIT compilers. One of them is, there's an M, then another letter, and then JIT. What is the, so ORC is what I'm using, the on request compilation. And then there's a different, JIT compiler that it has as well, which might just be MI? No. Anyway, it can run code as a JIT machine, but I guess the virtual machine component of it is that it's abstracted in such a way that it can build out to every machine, and for that it has to be like a virtual machine of sorts for every possible machine, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm trying to drink a lot of water right now so that my voice can, like, recover from me cooking it this entire week by streaming every single day for like 5 hours. So your project here is someone writes some script in a new language, translation to be used by LLVM, and then LLVM compiles that code. Yes. That is what a majority of new languages coming out today are, is they're LLVM wrappers. In the same way that, like, every video service is a FFmpeg wrapper. So, actually, that is a really good comparison. LLVM is the FFmpeg of the compiler world. But this is an amazing realization I've actually come to. Like, literally tweet-worthy. LLVM is the FFmpeg of the compiler world. Okay, back to actually coding though. Now, what I'm trying to decide at this precise moment is, do I create something like this AST context, a LLVM module builder of sorts, to make it easier to write out LLVM modules, because there's going to be multiple points within my program where I need to write LLVM modules, but in different contexts. I eventually want to write a LLVM backend that goes from LLVM intermediate representation back into my intermediate representation. That way I can run the huge amount of optimization passes that LLVM is able to do on the logic of my language, and potentially even like add SIMD operations into it. And to do that, I realized last stream that I wouldn't be able to use the same Brane script intermediate representation to LLVM intermediate representation conversion layer, because when I do the runtime step, which is what we're doing now, I add in, or I'm going to be adding in, several operations to sandbox how we access memory. However, I am not confident that I would be able to, after LLVM's done all of its optimization passes, I'm not confident that I would be able to go from the optimization passes LLVM does back to my own intermediate representation. So instead, I would have to do a Brane script intermediate representation to LLVM IR representation that doesn't have those memory operations. It's literally a as literal as possible translation, then do the compiler passes, then transform back into Brane script IR, and then we transfer IR over the network, store it, cache it, and then when we actually go to run it, we convert like with those extra commands that actually sandbox the runtime. So there are two stages at which I will need something like this AST context class, or similar to it. I don't think I'll need all of this complexity because here I have a scope context, and in my current code I don't have scope contexts. I just have little operations, and then like those operations form the functionality of scopes. But scopes don't exist in the intermediate representation. So, for example, I don't need to do scopes. That's on the compiler to do, which we're not at the compiler stage here. It won't be for either of those versions. I should do LLVM constants. Then again, I could say that like, Oh, thank you for the Prime. It is much appreciated. Oh, I just remember what DI is. DI is debug information. Because debug information is completely separate from the actual binary, so we build it in parallel at the same time, but it's completely separate. Right. That's what that is. Okay, so I have LLVM context as a pointer. And this is code from 2 years ago. This was version 1 of BraneScript. So if you're wondering at what we're referencing here for how to build the language, it's my own code, but it's 2 years ago, so someone else might have... it's as good as someone else wrote it. Except I will mostly understand it because I wrote it at one time or another. So we have the LLVM context, which is passed in. Where do I actually initialize this? I might have to look at the Kaleidoscope tutorial. The LLVM context doesn't get put here. I thank you. Well, I don't initialize the LLVM context here. Is it analyzer? My naming was so confusing back then. Output in modules. So I used analyzer compile, because of course it's the analyzer that should be compiling things. Yes, Wirewizz of the past, that makes sense. Yep, there it is. Okay, so the LLVM context is literally just... Huh. Rip the struggles of having to rebuild your dev environment. Google burning their AI servers trying to give me answers that I try to avoid as much as possible. No, I will not be putting glue on my pizza, thank you very much. Even though I have actually used its answers a fair amount of times. More than I want to admit. This is so easy, it's at the top of the search results. Which of course is their plan. This is taking far too long to load. Do you do full-time software dev at a company or just stream open source freelance? So I'm like, I have a really weird situation. I have my own company that I incorporated to do this. So streaming is technically one of my jobs. We don't talk about the fact that it doesn't bring in enough income to really do anything with. So it is kind of just for fun. But you know, with the company, so it's like all official and stuff. But it is like half of what I do is work on this game engine, framework, scripting language, all of these things. This is technically my job, but also I'm getting hired by a game company actively at this moment. Like they will likely have a contract for me to sign tomorrow. That is what the lawyer has reported, is that the contract will be ready tomorrow. So everything going well, I will be at an actively starting game studio tomorrow. And then for like reference of what I've done in the past, it's like I've been in the VR industry for like 6-7 years now. So this is just what I do. Did you make your avatar? So this is the Spiravolley base with a custom retexture that I did. And I do want to do more custom retextures. Like I want to mess around with audio link for like pulses going down the feathers and whatnot. Like circuit board traces with electricity running through them sort of deal. Whenever I find time to actually do that, that is, between the 2 full-time jobs. One full-time job being this, the other full-time job being game studio. How do I do 2 full-time things at once? Don't worry about it. Okay, we are looking at the kaleidoscope. Technically this code is a front end, so I also want to write a back end. And then we just keep using LLVM as the mid end. A full-time software engineer job. Rarely do any open source anymore, need to get back into it. But man, is it tiring. I just want to play. I feel that. I feel that. There are some times where I'm just like, mindlessly Q ranked league. This is not relaxing. One of my, like, LLVM, you need to, like, pay your server dues or something. This is far too slow. I do want to, like, get to level 70 on Final Fantasy XIV as, like, a, you know, it's for research. For, like, because I want to make, like a very long term make MMO type things. So I better, like, actually have played MMOs to understand how they work. I'm like halfway there right now. I love how they do, like, adding JIT and optimizer support before you even get mutable variables. And even compiling out to actual executables, that's all the way down here. And then you add debug information after you've actually compiled out the entire thing. And then JIT here is its own thing. Yeah, this compiler series is complicated. What was I looking at? Right, I just wanted to look at what LLVM context was. I wonder what LLVM context actually is. It's probably just stuff to do with triplets and whatnot. See, if I need to... Here's what I'll do. We're gonna create a generic context class. We'll call this LLVM IR context. LLVM IR builder context. So that's what we use, or call this LLVM module builder context. Here we'll have a LLVM context, and here's where I actually have to include LLVM into the project, and hopefully I don't have to build it, because building it takes like 30 minutes, which means I could do another Minesweeper stream, but that is not the most engaging. So, what we need to do is go and actually finish building out our build systems for everything. No semicolon. This should be back ends, plural. I mean, it's not permitted. Here, I'm gonna pull a write all. Then we're gonna try to rename this. And then we are going to go and brute force it because I want this to be called backends. Huh? Now in here we need to add subdirectory runtime, and that will add all the rest of these CMake lists into the search, or I guess the CMake script path. And we're going to add library. We're just going to call it LLVM JIT backend. LLVM JIT backend, CPP. And we should be able to find LVM because I have it in my file system. Like if I go to C program files, in here there is LVM. And this should already have like all of the libraries that we would ever want to link to. And not need to to actually link to, like, with VC package, for instance, where it would get recompiled every single time. I don't want to have to deal with that. Add definitions. How long ago was this answer? I mean, 2019 wasn't that long ago. Does the avatar have face tracking? Unfortunately not. Wish it did. I don't even have a... I've never owned a face tracking capable headset. Actually, no, that's a lie. I have an AVP on my desk right there. But I've never had, like, a social VR compatible headset with face tracking, which is so dumb. They should let you, like, actually access the face tracking on the Apple Vision Pro, because it has really, really good face tracking. Like, Vision Personas have amazing face tracking. Like, I can join Zoom calls and it's me. But yeah, no, they don't let you, like, actually access it with APIs because security, even though they could just put on, like, a pop-up like, oh, this app requests your face tracking data, and you would go, yes, please give it my face tracking data. Do you want to buy mine? I'm not using it for much. Now there are like projects that I could finish with the AVP that potentially would recoup the cost of buying it, but I'm working on like so many other things. As fun as a desktop streamer would be, what if I just like wait until Brane Engine is far enough along that it makes sense that I can actually like, instead of being in VR chat like I am now, instead I am like in Brane Engine, working on Brane Engine, inside a Brane Engine, using a desktop pass-through system that I write to work in Brane Engine, and then maybe I'm even able to like co-work with people and like share my screen to them in VR world, which I know Resonite can already do that, or at least Neos was able to do something similar to that, or at least I think it was able to do that. I had the impression that it was able to do that, and that is something that I want to be able to do. Like, you know, as cringe as it is, you know, workspace in VR, I think it's cool when, you know, it's not meta trying to push it. It's definitely cringe when it is meta trying to push it, because, you know, they are like, their meta is Facebook. Boomer platform. Plus, see, when I want to do virtual workspace environments, then it's cool. Any tips on sticking with projects? I always come with random stuff, but I never actually finish anything. Usually it's just me creating the first commit in the repo and not wanting to touch it again. I can't really help you with that. I have a fair amount of abandoned projects. Usually it's like, I want to try out one technical thing, so I go really deep on that one technical thing. Like, a while back, I made a chiptune editor, and I got like a couple weeks into that, and then I didn't really do anything else. It also helps that I've never like truly had a full-time job, because like startup full-time isn't exactly real full-time. You always have time to work on side projects at startups. I've just been part-time for a fair amount of my life as well, so I've just had the time to work on part-time stuff. I guess my advice to you is like, have energy and time for it. Think having multiple virtual screens that do work from could go either way. Depends on if it's actually more effective than multiple physical monitors or not. I think the difference with the way that I would do virtual monitors is because like the Windows, Mac, and probably Linux, haven't checked Linux, screen capture APIs let you capture specific windows instead of entire screens. So it would be possible to literally like emulate the AVP functionality of having multiple monitors. Won the Quest Pro at Reality Hack and have been wanting to set my face tracking for the first time since the last few days. Ooh, nice. The software that I've seen most people use is this one, VRC FT. Yeah. Alright, back to this. Oh joy, that is a long function name. LVM map components to libnames. So I guess this is the Not even camel case? What do you mean it's not even camel case? This is CMake. There is no making it look nice because it's CMake. CMake is a piece of software that people use because they use it. LVM include directories. I'm not sure if I like the fact that you need to do certain LLVM definitions. So theoretically, we run that and we will have access to LLVM libraries. Oh, there's something. Whoa. There we go. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. JIT is a productive tool to use. Not find a package configuration file provided by LLVM with any of the following names. Add the installation prefix of LLVM to the CMake prefix path, or set LLVM directory to a directory containing one of the above files. Install the source package and not the binary package as suggested in this thread. I don't want to install LLVM source. The binary package does not include CMake support. Build and install. I don't want to build and install LLVM. I will spend 20 minutes trying to not need to build LLVM to save the 20 minutes that it will take to build LLVM. This will solve many 20 minutes in the future if I do. See, LLVM bin is exposed. It's on the path. Is there a LLVM specific? Like Vulkan SDK is doing great. Like we can find Vulkan on the path all day. Let's search this for any CMake files. Okay, so it's under lib. Wait a second. Lib is on the path. Huh? You should be able to find this. Because this is config extensions. Any of the following names: LLVM config, LLVM config. Show hidden files? No, this isn't even hidden. His CMake should search the path. Find package command in config mode. These locations are prioritized. Search in a specific order. Does utilize environment variables. CMake does not search the system path environment variable. Wait, if it's on the path, does that mean I can put the raw, like, local path to that file in, like, if I, from this directory that is very much not LLVM lib, the LLVM, wait, is LLVM lib or bin on the path? Bin is on the path, okay. Not LLVM lib. Alright. See you around. Thank you for stopping by while you could. LDC. This is... which project is this? LVM-based decompiler project. So this is a compiler. But what has me confused is this is very obviously like a CMake config file that is completely useless. And that was the only LLVM. Yeah. Because these are everything we need, except for... Yeah, we even have include here. Actually, no, we don't have everything we need here. Dang it. Which means... Yippee! I don't want to do default targets. I want current, the current platform. But I guess that would be target x86 in most cases. MLIR? No. Target all. No. Definitely not doing that one. I do target current. This one is tempting. This one is so tempting, you do not understand how tempting this target is. I could make BraneScript compile to shaders. And then people wouldn't have to learn a shader language when they're working with Brane Engine. They could just use the same scripting language that they use for everything else. And then, like, when I make the node scripting system for BraneScript, they would also be able to use the same node scripting system for shaders. It's so tempting. But, like, with the asynchronous stuff I want to do, it makes less sense. It's 86. Can I do... Can I do per platform? Platform expression. This is... Platform expression is a JSON string which describes when a dependency is required or when a library feature is expected to build. So if it's x64... Yeah, so I would need to do this at some point. To do, like, LLVM features for these specific target that we're on right now. So for now, I'm just going to do I guess cross compilation gets very, very fun with this. I guess I have to set the VC package target triplet manually anyways when I'm cross compiling to, like, say Android. I love how now Twitch is flagging every single one of those free, like, free viewers advertisements as ban evaders. So we're gonna do features. Oh, so you can say what platform it's on. Nice. We're gonna do features here. And the features we want are interesting. What target is JIT under? This is LLVM 18. Tyler runtimes, features, Clang. Exception handler, bindings, assertions. I do want to do that. I don't know what FFI is. Don't see. Maybe utilities. Albeit the LL JIT instance to use the RC runtime. We'll see if it stays this cute. I'm, like, unsure, because I'm going to make it a little bit more cyberpunk, a little bit more techy. It will look cooler, that's for sure. What part of LLVM is Orc under, though? will be really fun once I get audio link on it. Then I can just play the music through whatever music player in whatever world and have the avatar actually sync up to the background music on stream. That will be really fun. Oh yeah. Yeah, the main thing is I've been putting off is like trying to figure out how to actually texture it, because like before I've used just like GIMP to recolor the default skins, but I'm like avoiding giving Adobe money. So like what I really should be using is Substance Painter, but I'm like, that's expensive. It's expensive. Now, there are the funny Russian websites, but I haven't found any yet. Well, what compile target is ORC under? I guess I can just, like build LLVM tools. New basic JIT classes off the shelf. What build target is this under? Like, there's no JIT targets. Build with all backends. Maybe I do need MLIR. Okay, I think I want target x86. Arch 64. Is ARM. Okay, Arch 86 is an ARM architecture, okay. Wait, I get that confused on occasion. x86 also has 64-bit in there. So we'll just say... we're gonna say platform. Then we need the VC package platform description. For 64 or 86. Both those platforms, we will have target x86, and I'll add more targets as I need them. And I guess I'll add utils as well. And hopefully this has kept it small enough that... Is LLVM core a feature as well? Okay, no. And now if we run again with this, then now we will have to build LLVM. So you guys ready for the minefield or minesweeper stream as we wait for this to compile? Ooh. So it has been a hot minute since I've played this. Give me a moment. Okay, right. These are like the definitely known bombs. As opposed to like... Actually, no. I think there's one here and that. Yes. Ah! I got too confident. What's this doing? Okay, so it's configuring debug. We'll see if it actually even builds on the MinGW target. I am worried that it won't. Favorite ice cream flavor? I used to be like a huge mint chocolate chip fan. Actually, yeah, cookie dough. Cookie dough is the favorite. I'm like, I can't remember. I thought I had one. Yeah. Not mint chocolate chip. No, cookie dough. So I thought for a second you were like, oh, it's a mint cookie dough, but I'm like, that actually sounds like really good. Dang it, you got me talking. Yeah, it's just mint is too strong sometimes, a lot of the time. Oh, yeah, I'm dumb. So I was like, there's a bomb there. I'm like, what? Oh yeah, actually. Because it's mint or because it was green? It was actually because it was mint. It was actually an objective decision, not purely based on my color preferences. Okay, it looks like static debug got compiled. Now it's compiling release. We'll see how much longer that takes. Okay. That is still compiling. We'll bring up the fun graph. See how much this compiler is utilizing my CPU. Because it should be pretty speedy. What? Why are both of my mouse buttons... Both of my mouse buttons, is it glitched? Okay. Oh wait, there's a 1 there. Yeah. It needs to be 3. So I can actually continue a little bit there. Well, it's doing something. Some of this is video encoding. Some of this is running VRC. The rest of it is compilation. I feel like, I don't know, video encoding could be a pretty steady task, so I'm not sure. This definitely looks like something to do with compilation, though. Oh. Now it's building the static debug. Man, it took that long to configure it to build? Hopefully I got the right compile options, like targets. Ah, that is always a scary thing to see. One, two, three, four. Oh wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Wonder how it would go about replacing something like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Show's card effects in VR. That isn't just simple models for a game like Magic the Gathering. Would almost need to procedurally generate them. What do you mean that isn't just simple models? Like adding in like special effects and stuff? Like how the ones that affect the whole board? Oh. I haven't ever watched Yu-Gi-Oh! So I don't think I'll be too much help here. All I know is that the Which Way Western Man meme originated from that show. So I'm thankful for that. We'd be more conceptual. There was actually a MIT Reality Hack team that essentially did, not a Reality Hack, it was a Stanford Hack team that used one of the products I had worked on to make a multiplayer Yu-Gi-Oh!-esque thing. That was pretty cool. Yippee! Come on, hand tracking. We're yippieing. There we go. Yippee! Okay, and now... Is it done with NGW static? Oh, it's building static debug now. So it built a non-static debug? Anyway, it hasn't failed yet. I feel like last time I tried to do this, it failed a lot sooner. This would simply start it as a simplified version that does just use the low-hanging fruit cards before it tries converting the fancier stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot you can do with post-processing effects and like changing the texture of the board. I guess a lot of work would go into the board itself, and all the different effects you could do to it, because yeah, like whole terrain changing things would be very cool to see. I can't do anything with that. Well, I guess that does that. Actually, no, there's already two there. That is so close, but it could be here. It could be here. It could be here. I mean, it's most likely here. But it also could be here and there. Oh no! U++ is not a full path and was not found in the path. Perhaps the extension is missing. It's not the full path. But like... there it is. On the path. Unless somehow the extensions didn't go through. Package scripts, build systems. LVM x64 MinGW static failed with build failed, and it failed because it couldn't find the compiler. CMake cache entry. You know what? Maybe I will just set the CMake cache entry. Or go to the Darksynth and just use VS Code. See the thing, this is for VC package. I don't have to deal with VC package stuff. At Git build systems. VC package manifest install log. Maybe if I do, I have an idea. What if I just go here to G++ and GCC, read and execute. Yep. So, yeah. Let's see if the configuring is cached, or if it has to go through that again. Oh. Okay, so I think this is where it got to before. No, it's configuring. It'll take a hot minute again, maybe. Dang. I still don't know. Well, actually, that must have 2. And then bloop, bloop. Still don't know where this goes. Don't know where those go. Don't know where those go. Don't know. That looks like more compiler utilization. It's just configuring again. Maybe I should do -- editable. Dang, I have no idea what to do with this. Maybe I just do like a random click here and hope it's not a bomb. Because yeah, I'm not seeing any way to figure out wherever it is. So let's go one by one. This tells me nothing. This tells me nothing except there's a bomb here or here. This tells me nothing except that there's a singular bomb here or here, but not one or the other. So there could be a bomb here and here, or a bomb just there. Then this just tells me that there's a bomb here, here, or here. Actually, it probably couldn't be here, because there could be a bomb here or here. It's less likely that there's a bomb here. Less likely, but still possible. Which means... Dang. Actually, it couldn't be here, right? Because these still need... Very close call. Then that needs another bomb, so that's there. That needs another one, so that's free. That already has 2. Oh. Okay, so this is where it was before failing. There has to be one here. 1, 2. Like the fills 3 for those and that. Yep. This must have 2. 1, 1, 1. So probably there. Yeah. Oop. Nope. There. Could still be one there, there. Except there's a 2, so it makes it more likely there's some up there. This needs to have 3, that's 1, 2. Could be here or here. This needs another one, so it could be here. I don't like these perfectly flat lines. See, this is why I didn't want to have to build LLVM. Just wanted to use the binaries. But like, the binaries didn't have the include file. Oh, it failed again. It didn't complain about not finding GCC though. Or G++. So my fix actually worked. Command failed build config. Build target debug target install 233. See logs for more detailed information. So we get failed include LVM, gen VT. Do we get anything about why it failed? Oh, it built it all correctly, but it failed when it was linking it. What was it trying to link using? Wait, no. Linking executable bin clang table gen. So wait, it built clang even though I didn't have clang in the build targets. Wait a second. Do I need to explicitly set defaults to false? We have had sushi very often. It is one of my favorite foods. I'm gonna try because you know my thing is like if I set default features, if I set features, I would think that default features gets turned off, right? But perhaps the other perspective is like, what if I just want to enable one feature over the default features? Then it makes sense to be like, oh, you know, I want, aside from the default features, I want this one extra feature, and then that makes sense. So maybe from the other, like, perspective, it makes sense to have default features always on. Boolean indicating that the project depends on default features, defaults to true. In most cases, this should be defined false, and any needed features should be explicit. Okay, so they do want you to explicitly set it to false if you don't want anything on. Okay, which means we were still building everything. We were still basically building, we were at least building default targets. Don't know about anything else, but we shouldn't be building CLang anymore, which it seems like we were failing when we were building the entire compiler. Because you would expect building a compiler to take a while. Well, this doesn't tell me which side it's on. Actually, I'm gonna take the leap and say that there's one here. Actually, that would make there have to be... No, because if there's not a bomb there has to be two here. There has to be one there, has to be two there, has to be three there. And then we have another flat wall. But this is a flat wall with a 3 on it. With nothing on the other side, which means there has to be 3 there. So now it's building again. This build should take a lot less time. At least to fail. Yippee! Come on, hand. There we go. Yippee! Technically, I could be coding while this is compiling. Technically, I could be doing that. Here, actually, let's spice this up. Let's try to complete this before this completes. Failed so early. Okay, I can just click to speed that. I don't want to have to deal with that. Give me a bigger board. That's more manageable. A lot of bombs. Okay. Failed again. Build process, working directory, build trees, min-gw, static debug. Let's see what the build error is. Oh, it's in the same file. Dang it, W errors messing up. When error is part of the build commands. This is using Ninja. Failed should give us. Can you not build LVM with LLDB? Or not LLDB, build with LLDB. I'm just spouting gibberish at this point. Can you build LLVM with min-gw? It would wouldn't be too intensive on the computer. Could also use the time to look through more worlds you could work from. True. I think you could handle it. I have cycled through this more than 16 times. Let's see. Okay, it's failed all caps. There we go. System 32, command executable, CD. Do this directory and run this table gen executable on this build. Oh, so this is a custom build command. That is funny that they have their own custom, like, table gen stuff. Because, like, are you going to the Tube event tomorrow at 10 p.m.? I currently don't really have any plans for what I'm doing tomorrow. So possibly. Let's see, I'm gonna search for failing. VM native tool directory. Dang it. The reason I'm using VC package is because it, like, makes things easier. But the problem is that and I really might need to ditch Vim for this, because the inability to use, like, MSVC is really starting to mess with, like, my productivity in big ways. So unless I can get a debugger working with MSVC, LODB does not load symbols from a PDB file. See, LLDB actually... Code LLDB does seem to work on my setup. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go back to... a new tasks file. This is going to be... Technically that's G++, but... We're gonna go... make this use MSVC instead. So we're gonna get rid of all of these things. Oh, I still had release on, like, building with Zig. But with that, we should be building using MSVC instead. Which I know will work, because they actually test those targets. And then with launch, we'll use code LLDB as our debugger. Actually, we need to rerun CMake. And it's still on MinGW static. Hopefully that exited that, or canceled it. And let's look at this file. Run. We just want to configure for now. Actually, dang it. Forgot. Can I just delete build while it's doing this and then have it? So is there a way to cancel? Alright guys, don't do what I'm about to do. Ever. Where are you, CMake? Oh wait, it failed. Good. And now it should work. Big x64 Windows. using MinGW. msys2. Wait. Do I still... Is it detecting msys stuff and using that? Well, I mean, it isn't saying MinGW anymore, so this should actually compile and build. Okay, so you guys suggested, while we wait for this, I actually go and try to find some worlds. So that is a good idea. You should be able to see my perspective now. So let's look at what's going on. I mean, honestly, it'd be pretty sick to work in Epilogue 1 or 2. Have you guys seen the Epilogue worlds? They are very cool. They might be a little bit heavy on performance, though. We could work in hell. That'd be pretty funny. It's like Burning Man, but like not. I mean, just like infinite flat plane with the infinite flat plane is very Burning Man. The static in the sky, I mean, it depends on what substances you've taken. This is not Burning Man though. As funny as it is not the most cheery, so let's find somewhere else. Could work at McDonald's. This looks interesting. That looks super interesting. Let's try this. Or we'll just do Friends Plus to make it super fast to jump in. Guessing is going for a Backrooms found footage vibe. Definitely succeeded. Alright, so... Ooh! There's like, in my field of view, like, this huge screen still. Maybe I should, I'm gonna move that down. It's like out of the way. There we go. Now I can actually, like, look and see. Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. That's going on the world's list. Oh, configuring Windows succeeded. Is there something hidden behind the waterfall? That's always a question. Ooh, I like their underwater shader. That's cool. Okay, nothing behind the waterfall. I'm always down for world tours. But yeah, I like this. I'll work in this world at some point. Still configuring release, so let's hop around to some others. I wanted to see this one. Okay, debug release is still compiling. Is this from a game? And they don't have a description of it, but it... much blur. Very much blur. Like, old Final Fantasy game amounts of blur. Dragon. Is that a fairy? It is a runic fairy. I like the shifting runes shader trail. Big fan of that effect. I mean, this... Whoa, that's a... I have screens blocking my field of view. Do they have flight on in this world? They do not. Yippee! I wonder if there's a way to get over there, or if it's just supposed to be like set piece. I mean, I don't know. Just code here. Look, Durgan, dead Durgan. I haven't gotten into VR chat since it is so social focused, which isn't great for someone with a lot of social anxiety. Why I preferred Resomat since it has the programming aspect can mess with. I mean, there is a lot of like visual stuff in VRC. You don't necessarily have to be like full social all the time. I guess what helps is if you can find like a group you can be comfortable socializing with, like a good friend group. I mean, that's what you really need to get into VR chat, is a good friend group. Never... I mean, so, like, public lobbies are an experience that you need to, like, try at least once. But then after that point, you don't need to. But let's take this one for instance. Oh, I didn't mean to do public. Just as I was talking about public worlds. But yeah, I never joined public instances. Yeah, world hopping is kind of how it's at. Okay, so we're actually building now. So this is a very fun world. So here, let me turn off... Oh, this is definitely going to potentially copyright strike the channel, but yeah, I don't really care. This part of the part of the video isn't very audio important. Oh, okay. So build completed. That's good. Let's see. This has a good playlist. I don't know how to cycle between them. I haven't spent enough time in the world. Look at that, we're still getting full FPS while compiling LLVM. Oh, here, I need to actually... Yeah, I've been spending more time in this one. Oh, so it does let you set the themes. But yeah, this one is very fun. I don't know what the name of the song is, but there's like a Minecraft song from my childhood that is goes very hard with this environment. But yeah, let's not like completely nuke the entire stream, though. The Outer Wilds world I was in last time was very nice. This is another one. There was like an ICXR meetup that went to this one. I very much like this world. I wonder if that like pop-up window is an asset, because I've been seeing that more. But like this one's beautiful. Warner Brothers has apparently been on a slaughter spree going on after anyone playing certain Minecraft music used in their movie adaptation. Oh, that's not great. How long do you plan on being on stream? I really wanted to get code execution working. Of course, this like LLVM compile hassles is putting like a little bit of a damper on that, but I think it's still possible in 2 hours to get that working, or 3. So I might be streaming until after midnight, to be honest. Yeah, I just love this world. Like, imagine how warm that sunlight would be. And hopefully the sea wouldn't smell bad. Though this is more of a lake, so it probably wouldn't smell bad. Yeah, that's lake flora, so this is a giant lake. Yeah, I might stream from this world. But let's continue cycling, because it doesn't look like it's done just yet. Clouds are a bit fiery orange. I like the fiery, like, purple, though. Purple-orange. Okay, so it is building. Wait. I thought it did build. Eh. Oh well. But I really like that Borealis world. That was good. Can't find any more 5e ones. This looks good. Black hole. There is one world I went to that's like you're traveling through several planets. I'm planning on getting a Don't worry about it. There's like not too many people watching. I think it's like 8 between both of the streams. Ooh, this would be fun. Hidden Forgotten Bulwark. Therion, what's this? Interesting. Still building. I can secretly check Discord messages while loading and compiling. Okay. This is cool. Ethereum, like the Aether from FF14. I mean, FF14 is what everybody says when I play League. Ooh. That is a plane stuck to my face. And not stuck to my face very well. So I can't get too close to it, or... I don't know. Oh no, I am able to get close to it. Wonder what that thing was before then. Is it still building? I can't actually be still building, right? Yes, it is. There's currently like a hackathon with space stuff going in. The MMO WildStar has some nice shaders as part of their Datascape raid. As you enter, it would start looking like green wireframe before revealing the entry room. Ooh, definitely send me a video of that in like the Engine Discord, because I would like to see that. I really like wireframe transition shaders, and I'm not gonna lie, like half of the inspiration of like the loading system of BraneScript was inspired by like the idea of wireframe loading animations. Oh, I can grab this. Why can I grab this? Is that still... Oh, is it a key? It might be a key. USB-C looking off. Oh, we're still building. Oh, wait, this has physics? That has physics on it. Huh. You do not see that very often. They put effort into the physics of the thing I am holding. Unless, like, you're able to, like, stand on it? No. It's always a fun bug, is when you're able to stand on something. Like, there was stuff coming out of this, so I wonder why. I bet this has lore. I'm gonna save this, though, because it's cool. Those are dangerous words in VR chat. I mean, it could be dangerous worlds, too. Infinity Beach Shack. We rave. Amazing. Ooh. Nope, that's still building. Is Quest compatible? Almost certainly not, right? Yeah. No. That is a mirror. Hello, mirror. Okay, this sounds copyrighted. Be gone. I'm gonna turn back on the synthwave music that I know isn't copyrighted. Still building. I mean, it is stressing my disk a little bit, so... Let me make sure I can see YouTube chat. There we go. Controllers, not hand tracking. There we go. Are there any good perches in this world where I could perch? It is a very cool world, but like the up close fidelity, like this is a plane. It's flat. The up close fidelity is lacking. Colors. This is very cool. This would be very cool as an MMO level, but I don't think as a stream background it would work necessarily. Ooh. This would be funny. How about this? Kind of reminds me of like a Dark Souls level, to be honest. Also reminds me of like the Sponza asset for like graphics stuff. Like here, we could do streams from. Oh, did I just get stuck? No, it switched to hand tracking. I want controllers. Thank you. Is there a setting to turn on colliders? It's not a pen. Why is there colored candles that look like pens? And like when I draw it doesn't do anything. Is it like on surfaces? No. Oh, here we go. Oh, can add on like things to be around it. That is pretty funny. But I can't turn on colliders for this. This is disappointing. Completely unusable. Actually. What? Oh, it has a chair collider. Or it does have like a... Oh, that's interesting. It has like a sit down thing. Here, let me actually... Here, I could stream from here. You know, just stream like this. Oh, my makeshift desk just fell over. Looks like something from one of Unreal's asset packs. Maybe either made for your humble bundle? Quite possibly. But yeah, let's see. Let's get hand tracking. Hand tracking. There we go. But yeah, I could just code from here upon my throne, you know? No. I'm not a king. You don't see me adding this to my favorites. You didn't see that. We're still building. I'm like not entirely convinced that it's actually working. Oh. Boop. Oh yeah, you didn't see me add it to my favorites because the camera. So yeah, you didn't hear me say anything. That looks cool though. Oh, my CPU's at like 100% right now. How's the stream holding up? Oh, my memory just like hit 100%. What? But I'm still running fine. So yeah, if you guys like need a sales pitch for my computer specs, ooh, I like the forest. I like the vibes of this world a lot. Where are these books? Can't vibe check the books, I can't read their titles. I like this as just like a meetup world, to be honest. Or a hangout. Has changed? Have they given like ways to... Oh, interesting. It's like... like raycasted. Otherwise it just draws in the air. I guess people are innovating with the pens, because I've seen the same pens in every world for years. But this is the first time I've seen different pens. Maybe I just don't world hop enough. I'm a poser. Only 300 hours. Tank range. We're still building Windows debug. You guys want to queue into a ranked league game with how long this is taking? Or maybe play through Titanfall, to be honest. Because I want to replay through Titanfall as another game research thing. Or I could do the funny thing and play Final Fantasy XIV. While we wait for this to compile. This one looks very appealing. Femboy optimized box. Ooh. The game was started by former WoW devs, but the studio ended up falling apart due to some apparently not having the best personalities in the workspace. I mean, with MMO devs, you're definitely going to get a mixed bag. Oh! Building Windows debug finished. Oh, is this just Coruscant? Ah, I can't read Arbesh. I used to, be able to guess it pretty well. Are any of these flyable? I want my flyable spaceships. Let me fly you. I want to fly it. I want to buy one of these. No drivable tanks. I think the other world has the drivable tanks. Okay. I thought that this was during, the Republic times, but apparently not. What is that thing, though? Is this new Star Wars lore? Wait, building Windows... Oh, okay, building Windows release, not building Windows debug release. I wonder if that will take longer or less time because more optimizations. I think it is kind of crazy that my computer can be at 100% CPU utilization while also streaming, and I am using the CPU-based encoder for the actual stream because my CPU has more bandwidth to work with. Come on, give me my controllers back. That's a quest side issue. But yeah, that's a solid 100% utilization between 32 threads. And we're still 72 frames. I guess that's because my GPU is only at 70% utilization. I don't have anti-aliasing on in VR chat right now. Okay, New World. Not the MMO. Bright colors. Bright colors are... We want the bright colors for stream backgrounds. Well, this is kind of like a roulette wheel, because as soon as this builds, it's back to me coding in whatever world I'm currently in. Ah, a dinosaur. A PNG of a mushroom that I can tell that I might be able to walk up to, because that is a weird skybox implementation. It feels strangely close. I might be able to just walk up to the skybox. If the ground, doesn't just end. The ground did not, in fact, end. Oh, there goes my clipping planes. I think that's my clipping planes. Yeah. Now the question is... Ooh, that's painted prettily. I would say nobody would ever see it, but I saw it. Can I climb the wall? I can skate on the wall, but I can't climb it. dinosaur. Another dinosaur. Another dinosaur. So I guess I could, like, code while standing on top of a dinosaur. Ah, I wasn't able to make it. A child. Ah! Okay. Let's try to find another one. He is Breaking Brad Obby. It would be kind of funny to do a coding stream from a meth lab. That would be pretty funny. We are getting close to the end of the roulette, though. Oh, it's like a Van Gogh painting. Is it a Van Gogh painting? I know that Van Gogh was also like semi-inspired by some Japanese so not much luck finding images of it. Found some images of similar effects though. Okay. Yeah, if you want to just like spam me with those. Oh, I'm loving the custom pens. Like, look at that. Very fancy. It looks like my guess of it taking 20 minutes to build was scarily accurate, because this is like going on like 30 minutes. I like this as like I like this as a world, not necessarily as a coding background. So we're gonna add this to favorites. But that looks very AI generated. Not gonna touch that. To the north. I feel like that's the name of a club, is Rapture. Peaceful place where the world is falling apart. You know, this pop-up popped up right in front of where I can't see. Hopefully the stream is still working. Okay, good. It wasn't that my internet crapped out. There we go. This is very cool. Is this Quest compatible? I'm using using Quest compatibility as my benchmark of like, is this have a low enough load that I could stream in here for a while? That is definitely not a performance. Actually, that might be a performance shader. I can see the ray marching in it though. No escape. Very Rapture. Still building. Let's drive a tank. Oh, my CPU just dropped off in a big way. Maybe it's going to be done building? Oh, they have aircraft. Tank. Waifu tank. Amazing. Drive this tank. Okay, I need to move windows so that I can actually see the tank controls. Here we go. Dang, my desk is in my way. I can't exactly. Oh, well, that did something. Okay, it is like locked to my joysticks. So how do I... Oh, this isn't the driver's seat. This is gunner only. Right, because there are multiple seats in tanks. Let's get into the driver's seat, which should be like right here, right? Yes. Now to figure out how to actually drive. Ooh, I can enable the hatch. That is cool. How do I move? Because like the joysticks, my right joystick does that. My left joystick does that. Oh, there we go. Okay. I did something. And I don't know how to make it stop. Oh. We'll just handbrake. We can see another tank now, though. So... I wonder what that seat does. Oh, that might actually be the... Ooh. Okay, this is the commander seat. Oh. feel like I'm supposed to be bigger. Probably. Do I have to actually reach that, though? My desk is right there. Well, let's check this. It looks like it's installing stuff, so it might be done very soon. Here. I am going to... Oh, I can't change avatar height in here. What? Hello. Or hello. I'm too small in this avatar to actually, like, do stuff. So, Titanfall avatar. I'm trying to figure out, like, maybe the driver's seat? I was trying to figure out, like, the commander seat, but driver's right here, yeah. Okay, so I think it's just grip button and then forward and back are like the tank tread controls. Right, because it's literally tank drive. If I do that, it's forward. If I do that, it's back. Okay, I got this. Oop. With that, I can actually see where I'm going. Oh, hit that. Oh, can I not fit through here? I might not be able to fit through here. I'm stuck. Or do I have the handbrake on? There we go. I could potentially see again. Oh, I can back it up. There we go. So it is now performing post-build validation, which means it should be done building soon. But in the meantime, tank. There's like targets down there? So I came from that direction. Think. Looks like there's targets over there. Yeah. Oh, oh. It looks like... Yeah, it finally finished building VC package. Or not VC package finally finished building LLVM. Maybe. It's possible. Oh, configuring still failed though. Cannot specify link library. Okay. This is actually, cannot specify link libraries for target LLVM JIT backend, which is not built by this project. So that is a problem with my config, not with the LLVM itself. Cool, so I can actually get back to working now. Nice. So I just need to find a world to actually work from now. I think I might go for that ice one that I found pretty early, the Borealis one. So we're gonna actually go through the effort of making this one a group world. There we go. So does the title fade? Not sure. Okay, so it does fade. So I can kind of just perch on this rock here. I will perch on the rock. I want to give it a super wide FOV just like that. Super wide FOV. There we go. Oh, my mouth is actually moving when I talk. It might make more sense to put it on that side and then unflip my camera view for this particular world. And then I need to move these screens back so they're actually in front of me. There we go. And I'm gonna do the thing where I only capture like music directly from the browser. So yeah, if you want to talk now, I'll be able to hear you, but the stream won't be. Because yeah. Yes. All good. I wonder if they could have been lagging because I'm like the host of the world, but I've been like super taxing my PC. That is a possibility. Let me unsteam. And there we go. We can finally close out all of this. Not all of it, but we can check what is actually like linkable and whatnot. Oh, right. I was going to... Actually, that looks fine. I don't need to flip the camera. Originally I thought it was going to be like facing this direction, but no. This is where the camera is. I guess technically that's the side of the page that Twitch chat is usually on. So if I turn there and look at my camera, it's like I'm talking to the Twitch chat. Or the YouTube chat, because I think both of them are on the left. Back to actual coding. We need to go to the runtime backends, LLVM, and here it's complaining that LLVM JIT lowercase b backend isn't actually a target. Because it isn't. Jack is correct. Those are very WireWiz screenshots. Not just because they're green, but because they're wireframe green. It's also kind of like, it's like clean grimdark almost. Very, like, old sci-fi though. Okay, was it able to configure? Cannot specify compile definitions. Oh, compile definitions. RIP. I forgot to change it for all of them. Okay, configuring worked. Means I should be able to run this. Cannot open. Include file enums result. H. No such file is directory for JIT backend. Oh, okay. That just means I need to target link libraries, LVM, JIT backend, public. Oh. This doesn't need to be a thing. The game outright had comic books could lay around in-game housing. They could lay around in-game housing. So yeah, they've gone for some older sci-fi tropes in there, here and there. The idea with the arenas and the screenshots was that was part of a massive alien supercomputer. Nice. I want this to link to Brane Utilities. I believe with the 3 eyes that it... Oh, that's 2 eyes there. So that's why it didn't look correct. And hopefully that should get that header file to be detected. Okay. Alright, building again. Get backend H. Still failed because it couldn't find enum's results. Okay, was it called Brane Utilities? Oh, I just called it Utilities. It is from the Brane Utilities repo. Not open include file. Enum's result H. There's an unusual internet controversy over the art style of the game. So many games have shown that people are willing to give games a pass on that quite often. Yeah. Okay, I think I know the problem. It's not that this is the LLVM. The problem is that this is like the JIT backend when... Actually, no, this should be when it's building the LLVM JIT backend. JIT backend H. Yeah, so this should be able to link to utilities. Why do it be this way? Like, this could be easy. Yeah, with games and art styles, generally, like, the opinion I've come to as a game dev, now, with no successful games, mind you, is that people really only care about the experience that a game gives them, and graphics are one part of that. But it is really just like, what is the quality, what is the value of the experience of the game? And you don't need, like, good graphics for that. You just need graphics that give people a good experience. And those can be simple graphics, give people, like, high FPS and are immersive for the world and cohesive. It's all about art direction, I guess, in that sense. In greater, just, like, game dev direction in general. I am wondering why something as simple as just the include directory isn't working. Like, if I go to IR, look at this CMake, it target include directories. Wait, so this isn't using the sort. So I guess I haven't had this working before. We'll just copy my solution from elsewhere. Running CMake. Format is not a member of the standard library. Okay, so it's actually building it now. Still, wait, did we still get the... Oh wait, no. Yeah, this would be because I just straight up copied this code as a reference, but didn't do includes to support it. still claiming enum's result h isn't working, but I think that's because I didn't do build database debug yet. So what build database debug, what that task does, is ceiling D, the thing I use for error checking as the LSP, can only find the compile commands JSON underneath the build directory, so I have a task set up to copy it out of the debug directory and into the build directory. That way I can still have separate build folders for different build types and have like error checking work. I just restarted it, so okay, it is working. Maybe. Too many errors emitted, but no errors emitted. Maybe it's complaining about the rest of this file. Actually, yeah, it isn't complaining about the header file anymore, so we're good. Okay, so now we get to do... maybe get to do actual implementation of things. So I want to go to document context CPP, because that's what actually has all of the stuff in it. I guess I have to copy basically all of this and throw it in here. And it finds most of it. LLVM support post. Is support a target? Please tell me it's not a target. Okay, it's not a target. But I wonder what it's used for. Doesn't matter, right? Actually, it's probably what we use to get the current host target triplet. So it may end up becoming important. Well, hopefully it's not too important. Let's see where that's going to be. LLVM context. Okay, so they actually spell out the word context. So we'll, for this LLVM module builder context, we'll have context, and then I also want to the document context H. This will have the AST context here. So we have the LLVM context as 1. We need the LLVM IR builder as another type. Is there any more LLVM include? So pass manager is one. I already done pass manager? I have. So we'll include those as well. Looking back at the AST context, we have LLVM context builder, module, all of that stuff. Well, we don't have all of that stuff yet. Interesting that it just says it to do without any arguments. So it has default. And we'll have debug information in the future, so I am going to copy the rest of this. Then I'm unsure why all of this needs to stay alive. Because these are all like optimization things, and these are compile pass things, so it doesn't matter too much. Then here, function. That's just the current function. I wonder why I have it as a pointer. Let's call this Walker state for now, because that makes sense in my brain to me right now. Okay, so in here we also have like defined structs, all of our globals, functions, exported functions, and exported globals. These are IR. This is my stuff. I don't really care about globals at the moment. I'm not going to worry about functions too much yet. Do I have a thing for types? No, I don't have a thing for types. Do have string to debug types and debug subprograms. Figure that out more later when I do add debug information. Then I think from there, let's just start implementing this and figure out what makes sense for this system from there. Because the old system was trying to do too many hats. Too many hats. So what we'll do here is we call stage module. We will create a new LVM module builder context. Just call this context. We'll say context, not module, but context. I will let it do itself. Context. I will have a public function here. Which will be this IR to text. Return a result. LLVM module. Let's make it a shared pointer module. That way it's easy to move around because it could be a very large object. I'm going to call this build module. And we'll pass in to here a const IR module. And then for the rest of these functions, I'm going to rename them to build instead of serialize. Then instead of returning a LLVM module, it makes more sense for us to have a runtime, like a runtime module sort of deal. This JIT module will have a map to pipeline handles. Let's make them not handles for the moment. Okay, and this JIT module represents the data about what's stored in this module. And each one of these pipelines pipeline stage will have function stages. I guess we would then remove these functions from this unordered map. Just because it wouldn't make sense for them to be independently look-upable outside of the actual pipeline itself. Then we'll have a JIT structure type. This structure type will be the input and the output expected from this stage. I'm not gonna have this working by today, dang it. At least if I want to... if I want this to work correctly with the correct memory management system... I guess JIT functions also have input and output. Dang, and then I have to come up with how to store types. Of a label, and we'll also have a JIT type. And JIT type will be a very important type down the line. The basis of all our reflection. And it will be a variant in between our native type and a JIT struct type. And I guess in here I could technically also store the offset. Technically, it's a max of uint 16, since that's the maximum size of our memory stuff. That is harder to figure out. I remember my original plan was to do operations on the inside of the language, like have a struct info function directly compiled in, and then you would call that to get information about struct member offsets. But it should be possible to get those manually from LLVM. Yeah, I could have done that, but I want to keep the backend as a class, so I guess then I would add /c on the end of it. Yeah, so then here I would just do build module, and we would pass in the module. It's not happy about that for some reason. Const IR module. We could have just highlighted it in visual mode and not used S. Wait. You can do that? Errors emitted. Why did too many errors emitted? I'm not seeing any errors. LVM C not found? The problem is LVM C not being found. I think S is for the whole file. When you highlight in visual mode, it gives some sort of dimension. Oh, so you mean like replace within that highlighted area? No, I would have preferred /C because the actual like time it would take to highlight that entire area would take longer than it would take to type /C. Maybe that's a skill issue, but eh. Okay, yeah, it really doesn't like that. I have that placeholder stuff in there. It's trying to error check all of it. That should get rid of all of that. Okay, and now these are all complaining that it was originally not inside of a class, so all of that, yeah. Wait, does S without the % symbol let you do it without like a match? Maybe. I don't know. Why is it doing 2? I don't want it to do 2. Okay, and then maybe I need to escape the ampersand too. Okay, I needed to escape the ampersand too. Come on, serialized IR value is in there somewhere. Actually, it isn't. I think the S is for the whole file, and when you highlight in visual... Oh, that's the same one as before. Thought it was a new one. Serialize. Build. I'm gonna add G on the end of there. That should be significantly less errors. Matching call for format? What do you mean no matching call for format? So it finds that one, but not AP flat H. There's not flat, but there is float. Oh, maybe I accidentally pressed O here. Just deleted that. Like AP flat, what type is that? Known type name, chip pipe handle. Did you mean just chip pipe? Yes. And now we're actually getting error checking here because we fixed all the other errors. LVM module builder context. So we do have to manually like initialize all of this. Or we just create a constructor. So let's see everything that we need to mess with here. We need to initialize the LLVM context first. Eventually I might pool this, but Also, I'm going to rename this to just context. Then builder is equal to wherever Let's see where we actually initialize all of this in here. Actually, this would be initialized in... Oh, I didn't mean to close that. Side of analyzer CPP. And then it would be inside of analyzation context at script context compile. So this is in Brane script context or document context. Inside of here. So we don't need to do any optimization here yet. Yeah, we don't need to do all of this. I do need to do that. Context and identifier. I feel like this is where all of that gets created. So let's find AST context. Context. Aha, here it is. So we need to initialize this module that we're building. Oh, we do need the module source. So let's actually wait to do that until we do build module. We're gonna name this module oh, interesting. It has the source there. Is that something required for the debug context? Look at the constructor of LLVM module. Module ID and then the LLVM context. Oh, maybe I meant module source as in the name of the module. That makes a lot more sense. There we go. No viable overload. What do you mean? Oh. vector for Brane script must explicitly initialize the member builder. Okay. Why doesn't Oh. Because it's hidden off screen here. LVM context reference. Because the copy assignment operator is implicitly deleted. Dang it. He really does not want to play nice with me here. Screw it, I'm gonna shared pointer it. Boom, now you will be initialized. It will work the way I want it to. Okay, now that we have a builder context and now we have to decide or just work on. Don't have to make any decisions right now. We just need to actually build the module. So let's build out our structures first, because those are necessary. Getting tangled in my cords. So we have a standard vector of JIT struct height. Now these may need to actually, this shouldn't be here, this should be at the top of the file here. And this doesn't even need to be an unordered map. This can be a vector. Of IR struct. Oh, actually, no, it can't be an IR struct. It needs to be create a quick struct context class. We'll call this structs. And in here we'll have two things. We have an LLVM type. Don't know if see, because I have this like LLVM types array here. Well, the LLVM type and the BS type. And let's do the same here. For functions. And I might need to put more information here. It's document context H, right? Yes. Okay, so struct type is a full type. Then LLVM function is the function. Guess you'd be able to get like the call sig and all of that from this function pointer. And then, of course, pipelines don't exist at all from the perspective of the compiler, so we don't need to worry about that at all. It is mostly structs and functions. Then again, maybe I don't need the JIT or like the JIT types in here, like the BS types in here. Would be possible to get away with just the LLVM types and then extract stuff after all the compilation has been done. This is a possibility. Keep it like this for now. I'll keep the context structs there just in case I need to use them later. So let's work our way through this again. So for each one of these structures, keep this like ID format string. Then where do I create struct type or get struct definition? So this struct context is the document context of the old version. We've simplified this down significantly. So this is just going and doing the thing where, like, you know, if this struct already exists, return it already. But we're going through, we've already done all the compilation stuff. We just have the raw intermediate, we have the raw representation of it. So we don't need to do that stage. So we have a struct entry. And we need a vector of LVM types. I am over-optimizing myself here and reserving just one. Grab all of the constructors I want for it. These are going to be replaced by the trait system later. So then we need per variable. And this is going into this LLVM types. So what we need is that vector. And the ID here might not even matter because the debug info is an entirely separate thing. Then we go through the members. The member ID doesn't matter for now. Technically, we would get this ID. We don't have to calculate it. We can get it straight from SID. And then LLVM will support the optional value. Oh, so literally all this is doing, all of this is like extra flavor. And then we're just passing the get LLVM type, which is very doable. That's this build type here. However, want LLVM type, if not LLVM type, turn error LLVM type error, LLVM type, okay. Then we want build type to return a result of type LLVM type pointer, and we will match on an IR native type. We need to do build native type, which will return the same. So on build ID ref, this is implying that it is a struct type. So instead of doing this, hopefully none of our structures require circular references. If type index, wait a second, ID ref is a variant between string and int32. I need to do get struct ref. Will return result of LLVM struct type. So if this is a string, then what we need to do is struct defined with ID string auto s in structs if s oh joy. I might need to move this back to a struct context because I don't know if struct type has. Come on, go to definition. Dang. His pointers. I want to keep it as reference. We'll say if not has name, not return. Continue. If s get name, get struct name. What's the difference between get struct name and get type name? It is literally the same. We'll just do get struct name equals ID string return this particular struct. Then I'm going to manually define the return type for these lambdas just because it is a little bit iffy. Here's some implicit casting that needs to become explicit casting. So here, since we just get an index, we can just return, well, we have to check if ID index is greater than or equal to struct's size. Then we need to return error index out of range. Otherwise, we can just return the structure. And now back here to build type. If it's ID ref, we're going to return get struct type. And then we also have get native type. Then get native type will just be LVM type pointer. Oh, because it's a result. Also, I'd have to map that. Oh, that formatting is. Ugh. Can I like give it some hints and be like, do something more like that? Oh, it's currently airing because... Yeah. Another parenthesis on that. I think another curly brace on it too. Is this brace matching up too? That brace there. Here we go. Come on, it's a result type. It has a mapping function. Its truck type returns a result. For some reason, result isn't showing up as having a map type. Turn type. Matching a member. Oh. What? How about that? What if I do that? Get casted. It works if I do that. Why does it work if I do that, but not if I don't do that? Because the return type is wrong? Yes. And then the result type should be correct. Oh, that's because I'm not returning the map. There we go. Now here we get to do the fun exercise of getting LLVM type from a value context. So here from an IR native type, were you eight? Wait a second, do I have a bool type? I don't have a bool type. We'll do a 16-bit type. Hello there. How goes it? It's been a hot minute. I do. It was like Schism V1, right? Yeah, very, very early Schism meetup. Oof. Was it the Save VR one? Yeah. Here, 1 second. I'm actually like was right about to end. I'm like doing a coding stream right now. I don't have it set up to pass like voices in here into the actual stream though. So don't worry if you like didn't want anybody on a stream to hear you. Yeah, true. Here. Let me do like the it's getting pretty late, so ending the stream. Also going to talk to this dude Or, yeah. But yeah, for those of you who stuck around, thank you. And I'm gonna head out. Because it is after midnight. Yeah. But I'll probably get this working sometime tomorrow. So I will post if I do.